high school, college, pro. It's Gridiron Wrap on 760 WJR. Sponsored by Skinny Butcher Premium Proteins. Now here are Pro Football's 2025 Hall of Fame Award of Excellence honoree Bill Keenist and football analyst Alex Ziolkowski.
Welcome, everyone, to another edition of Gridiron Wrap. Sunday, getting ready for the big game tonight, Lions at Kansas City. And Alex had some interesting games earlier today. We'll give everybody an update on the games in progress, and then go over the early window games. Las Vegas is handling Tennessee right now. It's a game in Las Vegas, 17-0 in the with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Predictably, a battle in San Francisco or in Tampa between San Francisco and the Bucs. Halftime score 20-16. No surprise. Those two teams are fascinating. They both have probably better records than their roster status would suggest because of injuries, but got to give them credit. 20-16, as I said, Tampa Bay over San Francisco, and the fighting Joe Flacco's, the Bengals, are actually in the red zone in Lambeau, where Green Bay leads 10-0 with about 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. But the Bengals are driving, so kudos to them. We'll definitely keep an eye on that game, being a division team in the Packers. Earlier today, the morning crumpets and tea with the Queen, I guess, game. The Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. Gosh, that's a great game. If you're the Broncos with that long ride home, it's terrible. If you're the Jets, Aaron Glenn's still looking for his first win. They battled, and I think that's the key to look at right now. Teams that are battling. I remember when we went over there, the Lions, back in 2015, and played tonight's opponent, the Chiefs. And we had started that year, very bad, and had changes the Monday that we left Detroit to go to London, coaching changes, ROC among others, and just laid an egg over there. I think it was 45-7, or I'm not even sure what the score was. But
it was a rough showing today. But yeah, the Jets, with the sacks counting against the passing yards, they got a combined -10 team passing yards on the day today. Which that's got to be one of the lowest in the last 30 years or something like that. And yeah, 13-11, not a super exciting game. Probably not great for the game internationally like the NFL's intent, but that Broncos defense is really good. The Jets still have some good players in that defense, and those international games are just tough to adjust sometimes. So good for the Broncos to escape with the win. But yeah, you really hope for Aaron Glenn's sake that they're able to figure it out and get a win, because right now they're not looking great. And Justin Fields had a really rough showing today. Just not very decisive with the ball or where to go with it. They might look at the backup in these coming weeks. Who knows?
Yeah, I had that same observation. He just seemed to be holding on to the ball a lot longer. I really thought they may give him some run pass options, move the pocket a little bit, get him out in space. But he, what I saw of the game, he was in the pocket a lot, and the Broncos defense, as you said, Alex, is excellent. And, the hope would be that, the Jets were over there as a team by themselves. And, when you're going through what they're going through, you only have each other. You got your teammates, your coaches, your staff. And that can really, provide to be a galvanizing reality. So hopefully for Aaron Glenn's sake, and the Jets, that becomes a positive, not a negative. Aaron Rodgers had a more than adequate game as the Steelers continued their winning ways, 23-9 over the Browns. The Steelers defense played very well. I mean, going into that game, if you would have expected one team or the other to have all the sacks, it would have been the Browns with a very good defense. But the Steelers had a field day sacking Dylan Gabriel, the Browns' young rookie quarterback. The LA Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, last second field goal by Cameron Dicker beat Miami in Miami 29-27. Big win for the Chargers, and undoubtedly an enjoyable cross-country ride home after that win. Last play field goal by the Chargers kicker. New England, just watching them, they seem to be, establishing something up there. I really see them as a team that's getting their feet underneath them, getting their legs, so to speak. And, they went down to New Orleans. It was a close game for the majority of the game, but then New England pulls away for a 25-19 win. The Rams go into an injury depleted Baltimore Ravens contest today, and the Rams, somewhat methodical, pull out a 17-3 win. Nothing real alarming there. Matthew Stafford had another very effective game. No turnovers. Didn't throw for the big yards, but had a touchdown pass, and ultimately a win's a win, and that's what counts most. Speaking of a win, how about the Indy Colts, Alex? Man, they just keep on rolling.
Yeah, they're really looking like one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I mean, the Cardinals are also way better than their record implies at 2-4, but Daniel Jones is having such a good late career resurgence in Indianapolis. Steichen's just scheming things up great, and they have so many good playmakers on that offensive side of the ball. Jonathan Taylor is the best running back in the NFL this season. Tyler Warren is just looking like absolutely amazing pick at the 14 slot. And then just all around that whole receiving core, the defense has taken a step up. So they're just one of the real stories of the season. And talk about as well, if you zoom out more, a division that a lot of people were looking at and saying was super weak in the AFC South is now looking like one of the strongest in the NFL, with how well Jacksonville's playing, how the Colts are playing, how good this Houston defense actually is. So something that I think a lot of people preseason just kind of wrote the AFC South to look like, hey, this is Houston's division. They got Stroud, they got those edge rushers, they're going to get it. Now it's looking like it's going to be one of the tightest races down the stretch here, if anyone can even stop Indianapolis. No question about it. I mean, the Colts, I think the collective narrative early on was, are they for real? I think you got to say they are. They're playing very good ball. And like you said, they have a fast, athletic, tough defense. They have playmakers at all the levels on offense, tight end, receiver, running back, and the quarterback, Daniel Jones. I mean, he's not only up there for, comeback player of the year, but I mean, he's going to, if he keeps this up, he's going to be in competition for offensive player of the year, depending on where the Colts end up, maybe even MVP, which is crazy considering how the season ended up for him last year. Just amazing. But kudos to him. Speaking of a young team and a young quarterback, the Carolina Panthers now are sneaking up on people, and they beat the Cowboys today, 30-27. How about that? The Panthers, and Bryce Young had a big day for them. He's starting to see it. I think, I really believe he's starting to see it. So very, very impressive for that young man. And as we mentioned earlier, we would keep you up to date on the late games, and the Bengals did score a touchdown on that red zone possession. So now they're trailing 10-7. So it's Joe Flacco throws a fourth down touchdown pass in the red zone, and give him credit. Kudos to him. So pretty interesting. the Bengals are so interesting as well, because that whole Flacco trade makes, I mean, one of my first thoughts, and I saw some people talking online about this as well, is Joe Burrow going to come back later in the season? I know they're coaching to help, everyone else in the locker room. Zach Taylor's job might be in line this season, but, going and out and making that trade with a divisional rival to get a quarterback, I mean, you wonder, they're not throwing in the towel yet. Will we see Joe Flacco later, or not Joe Flacco, Joe Burrow later in the year? So interesting to see how they do down the line, and their defense playing well against a good Packers offense.
No doubt. Perhaps the big news of the day, especially in Big Ten country where we reside, was the termination of James Franklin, the Penn State head coach. I don't think a big surprise, and we'll get into that later in the show, but certainly big news. And speaking of big news, we have a very special guest when we come back from break, one of the all-time greatest Lions and one of the all-time best people, Lomas Brown. When we come back, Lomas from Kansas City. You are listening to Gridiron Wrap on 760 WJR.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. A stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Meadowbrook Theater invites you to Catch Me If You Can. A mystery awaits at a cabin in the Catskills. Overflowing with mirth and intrigue, this whodunit finds a Michigan advertising man on his honeymoon. Caught up in a web of mysterious identities and murder, his new bride is right in the center of it all. For tickets, call 248-377-3300. That's 248-377-3300 or visit Ticketmaster.com. Catch Me If You Can at Meadowbrook Theater, October 8th through November 2nd.
This holiday season, celebrate in style at the Capitol Grill in Troy. Whether you're hosting an intimate gathering or a large corporate event, the Capitol Grill offers a sophisticated atmosphere, exceptional service, and a dining experience like no other. From their expertly crafted steaks, seafood, and world-class wines, your holiday party will be nothing short of extraordinary. The private dining rooms at the Capitol Grill provide the perfect backdrop for making memories with colleagues, family, and friends. Book your holiday event today and let the Capitol Grill make your celebration unforgettable. Spaces are filling up fast, so don't wait. This holiday, give the gift of great taste at the Capitol Grill, where exceptional dining meets festive elegance. Call now at 248-649-5300. That's 248-649-5300.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law. Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You're listening to Gridiron Wrap on WJR. Sponsored by Skinny Butcher Premium Proteins. Once again, with every football update you need, here are Bill Keenist and Alex Ziolkowski.
Welcome back to Gridiron Wrap as we prepare for a big game tonight, the Lions at Kansas City. And I was a little concerned about our guest because with the Lions, injury situation on the offensive line, especially a tackle. You look at Lomas, he looks more like a H-back now, or maybe a wide receiver even. But I was worried they may sign him to a 3-year contract and get him to play some snaps on the O-line. Great to have you with us, Lomas. Lomas.
He might be suiting up right now to go in. Maybe he did get that contract.
Maybe that was maybe that was prophetic. Who knows? So much.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, he's here. Lomas.
I'm here. I'm here. Yes, sir.
I just was telling our listeners that I was worried that you were going to have to sign a 3-hour contract and play some O-line tonight with the injuries that the team has.
Yeah, man. Hey, Bill, it's unfortunate, and we dealt with this last year, that injury bug. But you're right, it's a real thing, man. We're kind of depleted in our secondary, like you say. We're gonna have a shuffle on the offensive line. So, Dan and the staff did a great job with this last year. So hopefully we can continue to do a great job with these injuries.
Yeah, and Lomas, you remember when you went through this type of thing as a player, and you mentioned something very, very important just now, what the team did last year. So doesn't that give the collective of the roster, the players, confidence knowing, hey, we've been here before last year, and we're here now again. We know how to get through this.
Absolutely, Bill. You're right. It does. It kind of lets you know that, like you say, it's the next man up mentality that really does exist with Dan Campbell and this organization. And kudos to Brad Holmes, too, for bringing in the right guys that if we do have injuries, these guys could step in and do a pretty good job to keep the boat floating. So, yeah, you're right. It does. We don't like it, but it helps that we did go through it.
No question. And, Lomas, despite the fact you played 18 years in the NFL, you really didn't play that many games at Arrowhead at Kansas City. I think maybe 3, a couple with the Lions, perhaps 1 with the Cardinals. I could be wrong on that, but that wasn't a place that you played at a lot. But certainly in your current role, you've been there a few times, and you know what kind of atmosphere that place has, one of the best in the NFL.
Oh, it's intimidating, to be honest with you, Bill. Like, you walk out there and all you see is all red out there, even before the fans get in, they come clad in all red. Yeah. It's intimidating. It really is. This place is loud. To be an outdoor stadium, it's pretty loud here. So you have to do a lot of things to make sure you're prepared to deal with the crowd noise. So it is a very intimidating place. And then you look on the sideline, you see a Patrick Mahomes, you see Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, you see some of the great names that have come here. I mean, it really is an intimidating place to play.
It does seem like, Lomas, and I'm sure you've watched film and obviously have prepared for the game tonight, looking at the Chiefs, but it seems like they're starting to get some of their mojo back the last few weeks. Is that how it appears to you?
Oh my goodness. And this starts with number 15. I tell you what, watching film on him, if they're not losing because of him, he is playing at such a high level, man. It's just unbelievable. Some of the things that he sees, some of the plays that he's able to make, it's just unbelievable, Bill. So, yeah, this is going to be a stern challenge for us tonight. Of course, they lost last week, and, they want to get that bitter taste out their mouth. And you know what? The funny thing is now we used to look at teams like, for instance, earlier this year, Baltimore. We looked at them as a measuring stick to see where we were. Now I think teams look at us, the Lions, as a measuring stick to see where they are. And I think that's the case tonight with Kansas City, looking to see how they match up against us.
That's a great point, Lomas. And I know Alex and I have been talking about that, how the season evolves. Probably we're about a third of the way through. And there's no doubt that the Lions are a measuring stick when it comes to the rest of the NFL. I'm gonna go back a little bit, Lomas and Alex, and a little trivia here. How's that? So in one of the games, Lomas, that you played in Kansas City, all right, way back when, a running back had 200 yards rushing, and his first name was Barry. Do you know who that was?
Yeah, I think that little fella that wore number 20, or was that other? Nah, we played a Barry Word.
There you go, Lois.
There it is, Barry Word. That was a big bruising dude there.
Yeah, a gentleman and a scholar. You are absolutely right, Lomas.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing in that game, that was back in 1990, I believe, that Barry Ward, as you correctly pointed out, had 18 carries for 200 yards. Barry Sanders actually had more total yards than Barry Ward, but for Barry Sanders, more of a pedestrian rushing game, 18 rushes for 90 yards. But B Sanders had 135 yards receiving in that game, which may have been his all-time record for yards receiving in a game. But that was the Chiefs won that game 43-24. But Barry Ward, you're right. Yeah,
it wasn't much of a game, Bill. I remember that, but I do remember seeing Barry Ward just run all over us.
Yeah,
man. Bill, I wish we would have used Barry more in the past game, because I think he could have been just as effective as he was in the run game too.
No doubt. Just as you know, probably better than anybody on this planet, just getting him in space, giving him a split second was devastating to defenses. But and the other memory that we have about playing at Kansas City was in 1988. A defensive struggle. The Lions won 7-6, and that was the second win of the year, and that sort of got people talking about, if Darryl Rogers was going to survive the season, and more than that, if Wayne Fontes was ready to take over, which he eventually did. But that defensive effort at Kansas City, a 7-6 win, really helped get the momentum started for Wayne Fontes.
Yeah, I slightly remember that game a little bit. Yeah, not as much as that Barry Word game, but I slightly remember that one.
Yeah, and at least the 2025 Lions don't have to worry about Barry Ward or that other bruising running back they had back then, Christian Okoye, who was a man-child. I mean, that guy was the Nigerian nightmare, they called him, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
He was truly amazing. Well, we're up against the break, but the next time we get Lomas on, or let me put it this way: next year when we get Lomas on, I want to take a page from your Sports Wrap co-host AB Anthony Bellino and how he introduces you as a Super Bowl champion. Well, what we want to do, everybody, is introduce you as a Pro Football Hall of Famer, a finalist, and we're going to do our best to make that happen, our friend Lomas Brown. God bless you. We love you, and let's bring that victory home tonight, and I hope you have a great plane ride back, my friend.
I appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to another break. Before we do, I should mention that Green Bay did answer that touchdown by the Bengals, so they're up 17-7. But we will be back after the break, talk some more college football on Gridiron Wrap on WJR 760, the great voice of the Great Lakes.
Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything.
When you're in a car accident, the road to recovery feels impossible. At Michigan Auto Law, we don't just fight for you, we help you rebuild your life. Take it from Derek, who said,
"The counseling, the comfort, the assurance, Michigan Auto Law exceeded all my expectations in every way."
Michigan Auto Law, people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. If
you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
760 WJR has your chance to win $5K a day. That's 5 winners, $1,000 each, and every weekday. $5K a day. And it's happening now. Listen for the national keyword that we'll announce 5 times each weekday. Then text the keyword to 95819. Do it 5 times each weekday for 5 chances to win. Your money is waiting. $5K a day on 760 WJR. You're listening to Gridiron Wrap on WJR. Sponsored by Skinny Butcher Premium Proteins. Once again, with every football update you need, here are Bill Keenist and Alex Ziolkowski.
Welcome back to Gridiron Wrap on WJR 760, the great voice of the Great Lakes. Let's give our listeners an update now of the late afternoon games. The Raiders continue to lead Tennessee 20-3. Tampa Bay answered a San Francisco touchdown with one of their own. The Bucks lead the 49ers 27-19 down in Tampa. As we mentioned before the break, Green Bay did score to go up 17-7, but the Fighting Flacos from Cincinnati are moving again, and they're driving the ball in Green Bay territory. So we'll see what we'll definitely keep you up to speed on that game. But as we mentioned briefly, Alex, the big news of the day sports-wise has to be the firing of James Franklin, the Penn State coach, who just a year or two ago signed a 10-year multi-million-dollar deal. But in today's world, with respect to money and everything that's going on in the college game, it really doesn't matter. Sad, it sounds shocking, but I don't think it matters, because if it did, they probably wouldn't have fired him. So now the talk's going to be, who is going back to Happy Valley. And one name, and again, we're talking Big Ten stuff here, that is going to just continue to gain momentum, I think, is Matt Rule, because of his familiarity with the state of Pennsylvania. He played at Penn State.
Played at State College High.
Yeah, think of that. I mean, it's just
there.
Crazy. And the AD at Penn State was his AD when he was the head coach at Temple.
Oh, wow.
So it's almost too good to be true. Now, who knows? It doesn't guarantee anything. And you feel bad for Nebraska in a way, because, they're turning fingers around and he's built things. The one name I'm surprised I haven't heard, or at least maybe I haven't seen it, is Bill O'Brien, honestly, because he's back in the college game at BC. I thought he did an exemplary job at Penn State when he took over, after the Jerry Sandusky scandal and what have you. But anyways, that's big news, and I know we also have some scores and games to talk about as well.
Yeah, so yesterday was just a big day across college football. I mean, let's start off with the Penn State game. Northwestern goes into State College and wins a nail-biter of a game. There's some questionable clock management towards the end by Franklin, but you could just tell that this Penn State team looked deflated. It looked like Franklin had lost the locker room, lost the fan base. There were pictures floating around of a few weeks ago at the Whiteout game, how the stands were packed an hour before kickoff. And then an hour before kickoff yesterday, it looked like maybe 10,000 fans are in the stands at Beaver Stadium. So it's unfortunate, but these firings didn't happen for a reason. Rough day overall in college football for the state of Michigan versus Los Angeles County. Starting off, UCLA is looking great after firing Deshaun Foster. Tim Skipper, the interim head coach, is doing a great job with that team overall. And their offensive coordinator, Jerry Neuheisel, who's worked his way up from a grad assistant and used to play at UCLA, is just doing a great job there. And they had a commanding win over Michigan State. They proved they were not a one-hit wonder with their upset over Penn State 2 weeks ago in the Rose Bowl. And they're looking like a team that, you know, with how good they've looked, they might find a way to make a bowl later in the season.
Well, I tell you what, they're not lacking of confidence anymore. And it's just remarkable when you think about where the college game was 3 weeks ago, before Penn State played Oregon, before UCLA made its coaching changes. It's just crazy. And even at the beginning of the season, you know, a team that you never think, and maybe this is just my opinion, but Alabama's starting to sneak up on people, I think, because they've been out of the discussion a little bit after last season. But boy, are they playing well now. And you're right about UCLA. They're not going to go into any game the rest of the year not thinking they can win. Because if you can go to Happy Valley on a whiteout game and do what they did, and then in many ways almost more impressive, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but the human reality of coming back after a win like they had at Penn State and being able, you know, to sort of validate that is so critical. And they've done it. And, you know, the way they played at Michigan State yesterday, I mean, Michigan State that was tough, man. They sort of looked like Penn State looked in some respects. It was difficult.
Like 4 yards to play yesterday. Aiden Childs got benched in the second half. They only got 3.5 yards a carry. Meanwhile, UCLA ran for 240 yards on Michigan State yesterday. Ayama just had another very commanding game, threw 3 touchdowns, 180 yards, on top of running for a lot himself. So, just commanding game and win for the Bruins. And that's college football. It's a very fluid sport. It's ever-changing. Things happen. Alabama, like I said, had another big road win yesterday. They start off the season with a tough road loss, but then they go to an undefeated SEC opponent with one of the best running backs in the country and win a nail-biter. Close game, but they show there's the championship DNA down there in Tuscaloosa in that Alabama squad.
No question. You're right. There is championship DNA, and that means something. Like we were talking with Lomas earlier, just about what the Lions went through last year injury-wise. That has an impact, and it has for future teams and players to know you can get through that. Of course, Ohio State, you know, Illinois is a very well-coached team, but the Buckeyes pretty much controlled that game from beginning to end. You know, Matt Patricia continues to get accolades with the defense he has put together. And again, you talk about how things change, Alex. Was it Jim Knowles, you know, the greatest defensive coordinator in college football last year at Ohio State, takes this huge contract to go to Penn State and coach defense that was supposedly the missing link, I guess, for the, you know, the Nittany Lions to get to the championship. And it even caused James Franklin, which, you know, it's sad, but everything you say is on record forever and a day. And Franklin, I think it was at the Big Ten meeting, said, you know, this is the best combination of coaching staff and player talent that I've ever had, and blah, blah, blah. Well, the Penn State defense is probably, I don't know what statistically the comparison is, but I can't believe it's as good as last year. So it's just amazing how things come and go. And speaking of coming and going, after a very difficult loss last week, the flying Frank Signettis, went to a place that's probably, and you can speak to this, Alex, one of the most difficult in the country to play out of Oregon. And
by decibel level, they have one of the top rated ones ever in college football. I believe either first or second, despite it being a small stadium. But not only was it was Indiana's first ever top 5 win on the road as a program, but they did it in such a convincing fashion as well. It wasn't just one of these fluky wins, but they just looked like a great team. Fernando Mendoza showed amazing composure after he threw that pick 6 in the fourth quarter. Indiana looked good in the trenches against a really good Oregon team. The defensive line was causing havoc all day. They forced Dante Moore, not Dylan Gabriel, to throw 2 interceptions. So this team is they're looking great down the stretch. I think they will be playing the Big Ten championship game because they don't have many hard opponents this year. They dodge Ohio State. They're going to play an interim coach at Penn State. Then other than that, they look like they should handle every opponent with ease. So they're proving they were not a fluke last year. We were talking about UCLA proving they're not a fluke. Indiana's doing that in an amazing way this season.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of Indiana, the Hoosiers and their head coach, Frank Signetti, he has some serious Western Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania ties. And his name, I'd be surprised if it wasn't also, dropped in there for serious consideration, potentially for the Penn State job. And, you got to give him credit. I mean, what was it last year or early in his tenure, I think it was, where he he just said, Google me. All I do is win.
He backed up his talk. He has 100%.
And he has. He backed it up. And, he probably can rub people a little bit the wrong way. But you know what? It's not cockiness when you back it up. And he has more than backed it up throughout his entire career. His father was a great college coach. His father is in the College Football Hall of Fame. He replaced, his father replaced Bobby Bowden at West Virginia. And then he had a historic run at Division II school back in Western Pennsylvania, Indiana University of Pennsylvania. How ironic is that? Indiana University of Pennsylvania. But for Indiana, like I said, to rebound the way they have, I just think they're, like you said, they're. I don't think there's any question they're going to play for the Big Ten championship. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I also wouldn't be surprised if his name isn't bandied about in a big way for the Penn State job.
Yeah, me too. And Penn State job, one last comment on that. That's one of those 12, 15 jobs that when they open up in the college football world, they create a domino effect. Really, those blue blood programs that every coach tends to strive for. So that just made this coaching carousel this offseason all the more interesting and really put some pressure on schools like Florida or Auburn who might be looking to move on from their coaches to get a move on their search early.
No doubt. I mean, Indiana undefeated in the Big Ten, and they're another team that's not going to go into any game not believing they can win it. They absolutely believe they can win every game. All right, we're going to take another break here at the on Gridiron Wrap, and when we get back, we'll talk some more college football and high school football in the state of Michigan. And you are listening to Gridiron Wrap on 760 WJR.
WJR and Sportscaster.com are proud to present Drive to the Game with Chris Renwick on the call.
That one's picked up by the Pilots, coming back the other way. Does he have the angle? He does. Touchdown, Dalton Drogon.
And 2 budding high school sports broadcasters in training on color.
He picks it up on a punch out from him, picks it up, no blocks needed. Touchdown, Pilots.
Drive to the Game. Football you can't hear anywhere else. Friday night starting at 7 on 760 WJR.
Hey, Chris Renwick here. We are off to enchanting Germany, Austria, and Prague. We'll see fairy tale castles like Mad King Ludwig's Neuschwanstein and Bavarian picturesque villages at the foot of the Alps, Germany's most beautiful city, medieval Munich, and the world-famous Hofbräuhaus, Mozart's Salzburg in Austria, and magical Prague. The cost? $55.69, and that includes your airfare. So call toll-free today, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. From this region of high culture, art, and industrial genius also sprang one of history's darkest chapters, the rise of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. We'll retrace the rise of the Nazi Party from the beer hall at Putsch to the pageantry at Nuremberg, a sobering visit to Dachau concentration camp and the grand edifices built by Hitler in historic Nuremberg. We'll even visit the Eagle's Nest. So grab your lederhosen and I'll see you by the Glockenspiel.
The following is presented by Long-Term Care Family.
Listen up, Michigan. Here they are, the top 3 reasons so few people in Michigan have an estate plan. Number 3, I don't need an estate plan. That's for rich people. Folks, estate planning isn't just about money. It's about protecting your family, your home, your legacy. Number 2, I have a will. I'm good, right? Wrong. A will could still be probated, which means your kids could be down at the probate court arguing with a judge. And does your will have your healthcare directives, or are you just going to let your kids make all the tough decisions? Don't put that burden on them. And here it is, the number 1 reason people in Michigan don't have an estate plan: it costs too much money. Folks, nothing could be further from the truth. We make it easy and affordable, and a lot less than what it would cost your family without a plan. Now's your chance. Call today and request your free estate planning survival kit. All the essentials you need for peace of mind. Johnny, tell them how to get their kit.
Call estate planning attorney Ryan Campo, 248-491-8800. That's 248-491-8800.
Whether you're starting an office, industrial, public sector, or healthcare real estate project, you're going to have questions.
How should we approach construction?
Are we getting the best real estate advice?
Lots of questions. At Plant Moran Real Point, our multidisciplinary team of real estate experts have decades of experience successfully guiding Michigan's largest real estate projects from concept to completion. Here's our point. To find the commercial real estate answers and guidance you need to succeed, let Plant Moran Real Point point the way. Learn more at pmrealpoint.com.
You're listening to Gridiron Wrap on WJR, sponsored by Skinny Butcher Premium Proteins. Once again, with every football update you need, here are Bill Keenist and Alex Ziolkowski.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gridiron Wrap, last segment of our show. And I caught myself, Alex, because in the last segment, I was talking about Indiana rebound, and they haven't rebounded from anything. I was thinking of Minnesota when they got whooped by Ohio State. That's how topsy-turvy, the Big Ten has been the last few years. Mm-hmm. But credit to both schools, Minnesota and Indiana, playing a lot better recently than they had in probably the last decade. So more updates. We've got the Raiders still holding on to that lead at home against Tennessee, 20-10 with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. The Packers tacked on another touchdown. They lead the Bengals 24-10 with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And the Buccaneers are driving. They're in 49er territory. Just into the fourth quarter, and they are winning 27-19. So we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Alex, but Tampa Bay could be bringing a 5-1 record into Ford Field next Monday night, which could mirror the Lions record as well. But a lot of football left before we get to that point. And speaking of that, some good football played in the state Friday night as well.
Yeah, another exciting night in high school football for the state of Michigan. One of the most notable things is Hudsonville defeating East Kentwood 43-42. And Hudsonville tied this game up actually with a Hail Mary at the end of the game. Then they got a celebration penalty to move the extra point back, but they were able to drill it to win the game 43-42. Notre Dame Prep beat Traverse City St. Francis 63-28. And Notre Dame Prep's quarterback Sam Stowe set a pair of records for the Irish. He threw 6 touchdowns and 391 yards, both of which were school records. And Brody Sink, their wide receiver, he caught 9 of those passes for 203 yards and 3 touchdowns. Some of the other big notable games of the weekend were Walled Lake Western beating Lakeland 42-35, thanks to a 5 rushing touchdown evening from Western Michigan commit Donovan Triplett. Oxford beat Troy Athens 31-28 to move up to 5-2 on the season. Clarkson beat West Bloomfield 38-10, with all 5 of their touchdowns being scored by a pair of brothers, Griffin and Lucas Bowman, and scored all 5 touchdowns for Clarkson, helped the Wolves move up to 6-1 on the year. And perhaps the game of the week between 2 of the best programs in the state. Harper Woods defeated Saline 41-32 with the 5-star recruit Dakota Grant scoring 3 touchdowns with over 160 all-purpose yards. So another big week in Michigan high school football with a lot of interesting games. And as the season starts to wind down, the playoff race will be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
It really will. And, we talked about it last week and previously about the new playoff system in the state compared to years ago when my sons were playing. You had to win 6 games. There were a handful of teams that got in with 5 wins, but there was always such a disparity in who was playing who. And I know a couple times it hurt my son's teams because it was all about wins, not about the value of those wins. But that has changed now, thankfully, and there's a point system, and there's already teams that have come close to qualifying for the playoffs based on the point system. But it certainly gives more teams an opportunity to compete, and you're not penalized by playing a more difficult schedule, because it can be hard to schedule games today. I mean, it's a massive undertaking for athletic directors and the MHSAA and what have you. So, I think it's been a good change. So hats off to the MHSAA for that change. Speaking of other games in the state, just want to go over some GLIAC schools, which we're definitely partial to. The number 1 team in the country, those mighty Bulldogs from Fair State, with a 59-0 win over Wayne State, which Wayne State was one of the top programs in the country. They played in the national title about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So got to get that program back. Northwood with a commanding win over Lake Erie, 52-7. Hillsdale lost a squeaker to Findlay, 16-14. Michigan Tech with a big win, 16-14 over Davenport. And Saginaw Valley rolled 55-10 over Roosevelt. And a special time up in Marquette. Yeah, even though the score wasn't in favor of the Northern Michigan Wildcats, our good friend Steve Mariucci, former Lions coach, current commentator on NFL Network, an all-around great guy, had his jersey retired, number 18. And we talked about it last week or the week before, but Mooch quarterbacked the Wildcats to the national championship in 1975. All right. The year before, they were 0-10. They didn't win a game.
Yeah, what a turnaround.
And that is the first time and the only time, as best as anybody can research it, that has happened, where a team did not win a game in any sport the year before, the previous year, and then went on to win the national title. So, gosh, is that an accomplishment? And I know Mooch and his family had a wonderful time up in Marquette, and good for you, Steve. And then, and as I was looking at some scores, I didn't realize this was the case, but the MIAA didn't have any games this weekend.
Oh, wow.
Which is interesting. And
Universal
maybe,
bye week.
Well, I mean, the large conferences couldn't do that because of the TV contracts, but it certainly makes it equitable, right? So everybody knows when you're getting a week off. The Adrian Bulldogs continue to lead the conference, tied actually with Alma with 2-0 records. Adrian is 5-0 overall. Alma is 3-2 overall. There's a gridlock at the third place between Calvin, Hope, Trine, and Olivet, all at 1-1. Calvin and Hope are both 4-1 overall. Big game next week, Adrian at Calvin, and that could further the lead for Adrian or put those schools in a tie. We talked about Adrian before, but as our listeners may recall, they beat a Division I team the opening week of the season, Valparaiso. They beat them 10-7. And since they've been playing Division III schools, their competition, they have scored 76, 57, 59, and 28 points.
Wow.
They are averaging 55 points a game in D3, which is just incredible, no matter what level you're at. So, good luck to them, and hopefully they can keep it rolling. But as we wind down, Alex, big game tonight, my friend. At a very tough place to play. Huge game for the Lions.
Yeah, huge. And I'm a little worried, in all honesty, about this offensive line. They're dealing with injuries to Taylor Decker, and then they're so young on the interior. Arrowhead can be so loud. And Steve Spagnuolo is probably the best defensive coordinator, designing blitzes and making life hard on offense. So really hoping the Lions can really stand up to the big road test and pull out a big win.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge. I don't think there's any question at all. It'll probably be the most difficult challenge, really, so far. I mean, the Green Bay game is so far behind us that I think we look at it differently. But I think it is going to be a challenge tonight. But as Lomas talked about, the way they got through the injuries last year, that's going to help them with the injury situation tonight. And just an update, the Fighting Flaccos continue to fight. The Bengals just scored a touchdown, and they are going for 2, and they got it. So it's now 24-18. Green Bay over the Bengals with 4 minutes to go in the game.
It's always interesting in this league.
Those cheese curds up in Green Bay are getting a little gnarly, I think. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, once again, thanks to Skinny Butcher for your support of the show. Daniel, our impeccable Hall of Fame producer, thank you for everything you do. Most importantly, Alex, thanks to you and our fans in this football crazy city, county, region, and state. And I know where everybody will be, at least, if not with their physical presence, they'll be in front of that TV watching that Lions game in about an hour. So anyways, thank you for tuning in to Gridiron Wrap. We appreciate your support, and we'll talk to you next week on 760 WJR, the great voice of the Great Lakes.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code AUTO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code AUTO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code AUTO for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Start your day by hitting play on
5 Things First Thing with JR Morning's Chris Renwick, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds.
Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
Start your day with America in the Morning.
I'm John Trout, your host.
From Breaking News.
The U.S. Supreme Court with rulings shifting gears. Apple has released a new iPhone. Here's the Wednesday Business Report. It's far from a seller's market.
To politics and entertainment.
Moving into scary movie season, so why not another Conjuring movie? Shifting gears, Powerball jackpot is now the third largest ever in history.
Live long and prosper.
America in the Morning.
Fresh each day.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR, Detroit, a Cumulus media station.
The president's on his way to Israel. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
Everybody's very excited about this